Testing one, two, three. Testing one, two. Testing one, two. That's right. That's right.
The time is 5:30. We're going to start getting ready to call the meeting to order. You're good. Yeah. All right. This is mine, by the way. Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the Adelanto Elementary School District regular board meeting to order. The time is 5:30. It is August 26, 2025. We're going to get started with the roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus present.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench present.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto.
Soto present. We have a quorum. Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk Webster, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Thank you. Everybody, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. Proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business. Ms. LeVay?
President Soto, we do have two items. We are pulling item 11 under business services, ratification of the hybrid agreement renewal for Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Root, and Romo for legal services for fiscal year 2025-2026. And then we have a call out for item 13.2. The salary should read 201,197, step 4, and not 207,232. It's under new fiscal impact, and that is 222,939 with 80 cents, as reflected in the assistant superintendent's salary schedule. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. LeVay. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Webster, I motion to adopt the agenda with the adjustments in the order of business.
There's a motion by Trustee Webster. Is there a second?
LaFrench, I second.
Trustee LaFrench seconds it. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll call for the vote.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes. Moving on to staff presentations. Dr. Walker.
At this time, we have a presentation by AYA.
The name should be Mr. Adam Lechner.
Yes, we see them on Zoom. We're letting them in now, and we're going to give them the ability to share their screen to do their presentation. Mr. Lechner, you may unmute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, thank you all for your time this evening and for the opportunity to present about our governance services here at HYA. I'm Adam Lechner. I've spent my entire career in public education, working with school boards and superintendents as a chief of staff and strategic advisor really helping them to strengthen governance practices, strengthen communication, strengthen alignment among all the governing team members. At HYA, I specialize in coaching boards and guiding boards through transitions and really introducing frameworks designed to help boards function at their very best. And on the slide is a little bit more about my background. And here's a little bit more about the firm. HYA, Hazard Young T Associates, is a large educational consulting firm with presence across the country. We have over 130 associates that have deep expertise in a wide variety of district and school board leadership services. At HYA, our approach to building lasting, effective highly effective governance practices really hinges on relationships and trust building between members who serve on the governing team and with district leadership. In our experience at HYA, trust, we strongly believe, is the foundation that really connects policies and practices and teamwork. And like any high performing team, right, we try to, as we say here on the screen, embed continuous improvement processes, right? We do that at the school level, we do that at the district level, we also do that at the board level as well. And we do that through a combination of strategic advising, individual and team assessments, self-evaluations. We ensure that we have workshops that are tailored to your unique needs throughout the year, all with the goal of sustaining highly effective governing practices over time. And effective governance, in our experience, really requires strong teamwork. And up on the screen, you might be familiar with this model. This is the Tuckman model. I think it's a really helpful reference point for board members and district leadership when we think about the governing team. Those stages that all teams go through are forming, storming, norming, and performing. And the key here is really about moving intentionally from those forming and storming stages that you see on your left to the norming and performing stages. And the way you do that as a governing team is really building trust and relationships, building foundational elements like communication protocols, transparent decision-making processes, and having a sharp focus on where we're going, how we're going to get there, and being transparent and with the public as well. And so really what we're trying to do is shift from a position of uncertainty and conflict and lack of trust to the norming and performing side, which is really building a lot more trust, a lot more clarity and focus, and really importantly, open and constructive dialogue and positive feedback, which ultimately allows us all to focus on those decisions that really matter most for the students that we're serving. And so how do we do that? At HYA, we break this work down into 3 domains: build your team, align your plan, and share accountability, as noted here on the screen. So with clear roles, with a very sharp focus about where we're going and how we're going to get there, and with really transparent follow through and robust, comprehensive, respectful, positive, evaluative processes, both for the board, for the superintendent, but also building trust with the relationship through sharing with the public, through sharing progress about our strategic plan and our progress towards our goals. All of this collectively builds trust and relationships and really helps achieve the sustained effectiveness that we're trying to strive for. And so here's just a non-exhaustive list of kind of the North Star and where highly effective school boards, the characteristics of highly effective school boards. I break this down at the individual level, the whole board level, and the district level. But again, this is really about kind of clarity of roles. It's about building trust and relationships. It's about building not just a vision and a strategic plan for the district, but full ownership of each member of the governing team over where we're headed as a district. And so the way in which we do that at HYA is through a really comprehensive program called the HYA Signature School Board Leadership Program. And that phase 1 of that program starts with a combination of one-on-one interviews with each and every member of the governing team. So all the trustees, the superintendent, and anyone else that you all identify who would be really important to this conversation. We do self-evaluations that evaluate all elements of governance practices. We do individual assessments, behavior assessments, and team assessments, really to kind of get at, how we communicate and what their leadership attributes are on that governing team. The second phase of this is developing a truly, genuinely customized, tailored plan that is right for the board, that fits your unique needs. A lot of people in this governance space say that things are tailored and customized. We start with that assessment phase to then develop a plan. So it really is truly cater to the insights that you are sharing in that assessment phase and that initial gathering phase. So after that report's done, we develop this plan, and then we think about next steps. So we align on kind of logistical things. So we're thinking about if we do workshops, scheduling those workshops well in advance so that people can have those planned. Once we get that out, the alignment out, we start focusing on kind of the foundational elements, those elements that take us from the norming and from the storming stage to the performing stage and the norming stage, which is really about kind of laying down how we as a team want to work together. And then there's sort of this last piece around conversations around growth, a commitment from all the trustees, from the leadership team, people who are part of the governing team, for a commitment of growth and fostering a true sort of culture of reflection, using lessons refined from the practices that we're building. We're strengthening decision making, all with an eye towards improving governance effectiveness. And as the HYA associate, I also have my commitments listed here at the bottom. They're very similar to the kind of characteristics that we see in high quality effective governance, right? So we're trying to model reflective practice. So that's really what the next steps are. A sample plan is here up on the screen. Really what this comes down to is it's all tailored to that initial assessment phase that I talked about, but it'll be a combination likely of workshops, of one-on-one strategic advising with each of the trustees and the superintendent. And it'll also likely entail a range of kind of governance special projects. So what we all identify are sort of those high impact critical levers of governance that we must work on. So that, for example, could be updating your governance handbook, for example. It could be revamping or developing an entire kind of 12-month briefing plan so that everyone is on the same page about the big things that are happening in the district. And so I talked a little bit about this earlier. Our program is really unique in that it is driven by a thought partner who works alongside you each and every step of the way. That's what this fractional chief of staff idea is. And I have some of the kind of common issues. I was in some of your shoes not too long ago as a client in this space. I was the chief of staff to boards and felt that what I needed, what will really transform and kind of think about how we do governance differently, is really ongoing, tailored support, and that's what this fractional chief of staff helps us do. It bridges strategy with implementation by adding bandwidth for trustees who are volunteers who have other jobs. And we do that by providing ongoing, on-demand executive thought partnership. And here I just have on the screen just a sample list of projects. Those can range from one-on-one individual strategic advising to kind of the more operational things that we spoke about. But again, the idea is sort of a part-time fractional executive for the governing team with ongoing support to help you drive continuous improvement. And up on the screen here is the investment. As I talked about, it would be a combination of workshops that'll focus on the areas of improvement identified in that initial assessment phase, and through conversations with each and every one of you. We'll have self-evaluations, we'll have behavior assessments, and a range of different special projects throughout the year. Okay, with that, trustees, I think that's my time. I will open it up to questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Mr. Lechner. Let's start with Trustee LaFrench. Any questions?
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you for your presentation.
You're
Thank-
welcome.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench. Trustee Kraus, any questions?
You're welcome.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Lechner, at this time, but again, also piggybacking, I appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Trustee Kraus. Trustee Stewart, any questions?
Yes, I do. Mr. Lechner, where are you located?
I'm in Illinois.
Illinois. So would these things be
I'm
on
in
Zoom
Illinois.
or in person?
Okay. It's a great question, trustee. It would be a combination of both. It's a great question,
Okay,
trustee.
and then
It would be a
does the
combination of both.
50,000 that's travel is separate, or is that in the cost?
Travel is on top of.
Okay. All right,
Travel is
thank
on
you.
top of. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Clerk Webster, any
Yes,
questions?
Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. One of my key questions coming into this, you mentioned a few times how a strategic plan would be applied. Just for clarification, that would be directly for the board, not the district, correct?
Thank you, trustee, for the question. So governance goals are distinct from the strategic plan that you all have. So the idea is not to be in conflict with the strategic plan that the district has.
Perfect. And then I'm assuming you did some homework on our district prior to this. What would be your first line of business as you came in, starting tomorrow?
I would meet with each and every one of you individually. I mentioned this in a few parts of the slide, but in order for this to work, trust is everything, including with me, right? Or with any governance coach that a board has. And so to start, we have to have individual candid conversations, about how we're working as a team, what are our goals are, where do we want to go, how do we get there? But it really starts with those one-on-one interviews with all of you. And the second part too is when I do this, it is creating safe spaces where every voice is heard and respected. And so that's neutral facilitation on my part. I've experienced doing this working with board members who didn't always agree. And the only way to move forward as a team, in my experience, is to have kind of a neutral thought partner. And that's what this is about.
Perfect, thank you.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lechner and Clerk Webster. I have no questions, and thank you for your time, Mr. Lechner.
Yes, thank you, President Soto, trustees, and Dr. Walker. I appreciate it.
Moving on to RFP presentations, I just want to make a brief comment that we did pull that out. So we won't be having RFP presentations. All right, closed session declaration. We'll be taking items 2 through 4 into closed session. Before we do that, we're going to open it up for public comment. Before we do that, I just want to make a brief comment. This is closed session only. So please, if you're going to speak to a closed session item, already have that in mind, what closed session item you're going to speak to. If you do tend to kind of deter from closed session, I'll respectfully stop the time and put you back on track with the closed session item that we should be on topic for. If you do want to speak on an open session item is when we come back from closed session, and you can speak on that. I know we have some public comments. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure that our clerk has the public comment speaker So for now, I'm going to ask Trustee LaFrench to read the public comment speaker card as it's in front of her. Would you mind, Trustee LaFrench?
Is it the same? Thank you. You're welcome.
I didn't think it would be that easy. Okay. Trustee Webster, please, or Clerk Webster.
Thank you, President Soto. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciates input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time of public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I was just told that ADTA can come up and speak on any item. So, until there's a little bit more clarity, you guys can come up and go ahead. So, Ms. LeVay, representative from ADTA.
President Soto, that would be Jennifer Rader.
Good evening, President Soto, Superintendent Dr. Walker, members of the board, cabinet, and community. As you know, I always try to approach these meetings with a positive outlook and a spirit of collaboration. There have been times when I've had to bring forward difficult news or highlight concerns, but tonight I'd like to begin with something encouraging. With the departure of Dr. Dwyzon, the district has an opening for Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services. I was pleased to see that instead of bypassing the process and making a hasty appointment, the district is conducting interviews and panels to select the right candidate. That is a positive step and an improvement over past practice. Unfortunately, in the midst of negotiations, impasse, and mediation, we have also lost our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. In her end-of-year report, she stated that the district had a surplus of $17.5 million. To put that in perspective, a 1% raise costs $537,000, and fully funding the HMO plan is just under $1.5 million, or 2.62%. The money exists. What's at stake is not luxury, it's dignity. You, the board, have the authority to direct the district to bring real solutions to the bargaining table. We have another mediation scheduled in September, and no progress was made at the last one. I urge you to instruct the district to resolve this, to fully fund the lowest HMO and provide the health and welfare package our educators, both certificated and classified, deserve. Other districts have done so, we can too. At the same time, I must raise another concern: risk management training. Our contract provides for 4 modules intended to be completed during prep days before school began. If additional time is required, the contract specifies that staff meeting time must be provided. Instead, teachers were assigned nearly double that number, with more modules being added even now. This goes well beyond the contractual limit. Teachers are exhausted by constant new demands, and with negotiations at an impasse and piling on of extra non-contractual training only deepens frustration. I hope my comments tonight shed light on the challenges we are facing. I am always grateful for the opportunity to speak before you and for your willingness to listen. Thank you, and I wish you a good evening.
Thank you. Ms. LeVay, any representative for CSEA?
President Soto, I believe Diane Lynn is out ill today. She did not say she was sending someone unless someone's in the audience.
Okay. Thank you. And any audience members?
President Soto, the board calls on Angelique Jolly.
Good evening, trustees and cabinet. I first want to say happy birthday to Trustee Webster. Thank you for all your service as our District 5 board member. Let me begin with what should be the simple truth. We are not asking for luxury. We are just asking for dignity. Dignity means being able to care for ourselves and our families. That looks like a fully paid lowest cost HMO and a salary that reflects the state-funded COLA. These are not unreasonable asks or requests. These are basic expectations that allow educators to stay in the profession and continue serving this community. During the proposed 25-26 budget presentation, at timestamp 1:30:02, Trustee Kraus asked if the district was meeting the educational code requirement to spend 60% of its general fund on certificated salaries. The response was an immediate and confident yes from our former business services. We know that we are at impasse now. So we ask clearly and respectfully, what is the 14% and where is it? Because that missing percentage has real consequences for students, for staff morale, and for the stability of our schools. This is a hard place to be, but it is not the end of the road. It is a signal that it is time to recommit to transparency, to honest collaboration, and to shared solutions. Teachers are not the problem. We are the foundation. We are the reason students have consistency, care, and hope in their classrooms. But we can't continue doing more with less. We are showing up every day for our students. Now we are asking that the district show up for us. Let's move forward. Not with blame, but with partnership. Not with silence, but with answers. Not with delay, but with action now. Because again, we are not asking for luxury. We are simply asking for dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other audience members? Ms. LeVay.
President Soto, the board calls on Kim Smith.
One of you guys left your phone up here. Jolly. I'll just leave it here. All right. Good evening, Board President Soto, board members, Superintendent Dr. Walker, cabinet, colleagues, friends, and community members. As we move through our third whole week of school, things are really heating up, both weather-wise and otherwise. I often remind my students that I am the same person I was in elementary school, junior high, high school, college, and well into adulthood. I choose to be positive, and I surround myself with others who share the same outlook. I also tell my students something important. It is not your business what other people think or say about you. That reminder keeps us focused on who we are, not on the noise around us. And trust me, it's just noise. And I bring that up tonight because some of us are forgetting why we are here. It's not just about us in the present moment. It's about the footprint we leave behind when we are gone. We must focus on getting things done, not on running people down. We must stay true to ourselves and never let the chaos around us get the best of us, forcing our characters to morph into a never-ending parody. That said, we also need to remain vigilant. With new positioning on the board, the consensus seems to be that suddenly everything will be different, that now we'll get what we want, are worth in our contract, and all sit around singing Kumbaya. However, the reality is that we are still in impasse, and because the first meeting was brief, it means that no movement took place in either direction. And as I always tell my colleague, Mr. Banks, who's sitting out here, you cannot expect a pot of grits to taste different just because you add sugar before adding the butter. At the end of the day, it's still the same pot of grits. And unless I throw the whole pot out and decide to eat cream of wheat, I can expect the same outcomes. So my message is simple. It's let's not lose sight of our purpose. Let's focus on action, on progress, on the legacy we are building for students today and tomorrow. A legacy that we can be proud of and that includes a fair contract for certificated and classified, a contract that reflects the humanity that we would want future board members and cabinet members to look at and know that we all did our best to take care of each other. And happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. LeVay?
President Soto, I do have two people that signed up, but it says public hearing, which we don't have tonight. It does not say open or closed.
Okay. Anyone on Zoom?
They're on Zoom right now.
Okay, so we'll wait until open session.
Perfect. That would do it for tonight.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. LeVay. Moving on to recess to closed session. At this time, trustees, I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Webster, I motion to close.
There's a motion by Clerk Webster to go to closed session. Is there a second?
I second Trustee Love French.
Trustee LaFrench seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee Soto?
And so do I. Motion passes. The time is 6:01. We're going to closed session.
I have to at least go.
Nice little pen. Nice little pen. Uh-oh. Well, Jesus.
reconvening to open session. The time is 7:46. We're gonna roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus present.
Trustee Webster?
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French present.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present. We have a quorum. Closed session report. Announcements of reportable actions taken during closed session. There were none. Public testimony. Ms. LeVey, do we have any speakers?
We have Susan Garcia on Zoom.
We do not have a Susan Garcia on Zoom.
I also have, actually in the audience, I apologize, Kevin. Is Kevin here? I don't see him. And then I have Michael Kraus.
Good evening, members of the board, members of the community. I come to you as a private citizen. I'm taking off my board member hat again and speaking as a private citizen. I was asked to give a short timeline from September 8th, 2020, when I was hired into this district as the Chief Business Officer by Dr. Keenan Mitchell. From that time, I worked my way up to interim superintendent and then superintendent. And on January 16th of 2024, the board unanimously approved me for another 3-year contract. That was last January. In February of 2024, I started identifying discrepancies and potential misuse of taxpayer funds and irregularities in the district operations. On March 5th, I was put out on paid leave, no explanation. It wasn't until June 20th when I had my car accident. We were hit by a semi. My little girl and I were hit by a semi and almost killed right out here by the monastery in 395. The district finally responded to what they wanted to do, and they settled with me for no cause. When you're a superintendent, in your contract, it says you can be dismissed for cause, meaning you did something, or for no cause, we just want to part ways. So the district settled with me for no cause and agreed to pay for 6 months' salary, medical benefits, which after the accident, we desperately needed. On August 9th, I decided to run for the board for Area 1. Why not? I had been the CBO, the superintendent of the district, and I thought maybe I could help our families and students and staff another way by running for the Board of Trustees in Area 1. The only other candidate that was an incumbent was Miss Christine Turner. Everything was going well. The district was adhering to making their settlement payments and paying for the medical until on October 18th in 2024. On taxpayers' dime, the district's legal counsel sent me a letter. I won't read the entire letter, but the gist of the letter, and at the very last paragraph, we demand that you withdraw from the race for the board seat against Ms. Christine Turner, or we will take your salary and benefits. I don't know about you folks, but that sure sounds like blackmail to me. 2 weeks before an election, the district on taxpayers' dime demands that I drop out of a race for no explanation and no reason, or they would take my settlement, my salary that I needed to pay for bills, my mortgage, food, medical benefits after the accident. And sure enough, November 1st came. That's exactly what the district did on taxpayers' dime. Somebody directed that attorney to come after me for whatever reason. Is it political warfare?
30 seconds.
Who directed them to do that? Who authorized that? Folks, they come after me for a reason. Because I decided to start looking into things. And even today, they keep coming after me. And I will not stop working for the citizens of Adelanto and Victorville in this district, our staff, families, and students, to make sure that accountability and transparency will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. LeVey?
President Soto, we have Maribel Soto on the line, on Zoom.
We do not have a Maribel Soto on Zoom.
Okay, our next one is Michelle Walden on Zoom.
We are asking them to, wait, where'd she go? We're asking her to unmute now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Board Trustees, President Soto. First, I'd like to thank President Soto for being so proactive and at least trying to find something that will help you guys all get on the same page. Okay, CMS is currently working through the same processes with our coaches, and we are in between the storming and norming phases. And after being at Columbia for almost 18 years, it's a beautiful thing to watch a group of people, classified security, paras, teachers, and admin, all working together to develop a plan to level up. That's our motto for this year. We're not just talking about leveling up our students, we are leveling up as a whole staff. In order to level up, though, it takes all of us getting over ourselves. It's not about us, it's about these kids that we have the awesome privilege of educating and hopefully influencing their lives for the better. One of the things that I'm really concerned about that I'd like to bring to your attention is the crossing guard situation. I'm so glad that you guys are really looking at the items that you're approving and asking questions about them. Whoever asked about having Adelanto share the cost of crossing guards is correct, that the city has always paid a portion of the charges. But it's not just Adelanto. Victorville should also be paying a portion. In the 23-24 school year, all three of us were sharing the cost. There was no contract for them in the board docs for the 24-25 school year, though. I'm not sure how we got that contract paid and approved. After you guys voted no on the contract last week, no one informed the company or the people working there about the decision. It had been almost a week before they even got the news. And in that time, no plan had been put in place. You see, when you guys don't approve major contracts like these, there's a ripple effect and it affects everybody from the top down in the district. Since there was no plan, admin was told that they would now handle that duty before and after school too. But apparently some schools have people from the district office helping out. And some schools just aren't doing it because if the crosswalk is at a light, they don't see the need. Seriously? How is this safe? What's the district's liability going to be if one of our students gets hit by a car because there was no one there when there should have been somebody? Admin was given no supplies, not even a vest or a stop sign. They have no training on appropriate procedures for crosswalking pedestrians.
30 seconds.
The first day, one of my admin was almost hit by a car because unfortunately, our parents drive crazy during dismissal time. Our regular crossing guard has to park his car right on the corner where he stands because he has had way too many close calls and he wants something as protection or something he can jump behind. Now our admin is on the street instead of handling parent, student, and staff concerns. I see that the crossing guard contract is not on the agenda. Why not? It's going to be 2 more weeks before our kids are safe. We need to do better. Your lack of action is putting our kids and our staff at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. LeBay?
Thank you.
President Soto, my computer turned off, so I'm going to have to rely on IT.
We have any other speakers, IT?
We have a Tyrone Turner on Zoom. And they're on the sheet, so we are asking them to unmute now. You may unmute now, Tyrone.
They want me to speak now? Yeah.
You're on.
They want me to speak now? Yeah.
You're on. We can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
They want me to speak now? Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're on.
They want me to speak now? Yeah. Okay. Hi. My name is Tyrone Turner. How you doing? Okay. Hi. Can you hear me? My name is Tyrone Turner. How you doing? Okay, hi. My name is Tyrone Turner. How you doing? Okay, hi. My name is Tyrone Turner. How you doing? Okay, good evening, Superintendent Walker, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, audience. Okay, good evening. I'm here to clear the air. Board of Trustees, Cabinet, audience. With Michael Kraus. I'm here to clear the air. Let me set the record straight. Okay, Michael Kraus. Good evening, Superintendent Walker, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, audience. I'm here to clear the air. With Michael Kraus. Let me set the record straight. I am not embarrassed by my wife, as you so carelessly inquired on the last meeting. On the contrary, I am deeply proud of her. I'm proud of the years that she has dedicated to this district, the leadership she has shown, and the battles she has fought. The wars she has won to keep this district strong and solid. She has put the work in. She paid the dues. She made the sacrifices. And she has earned the respect she receives from her colleagues and this community. So let me be crystal clear, Mike. Leave her name out of your mouth. Leave her name out of your mouth. So stop lying. Stop twisting her record. Stop spreading falsehoods. Stop trying to tarnish her character with your delusional, disgusting, disrespectful antics. You hold a seat of leadership and responsibility. Yet you use it to smear, deceive, attack. This is not leadership. It's cowardice. Although I cannot speak on every allegation that surrounds you, I do know this. You have lied repeatedly about Trustee Turner, my wife. The truth is known and it can be proven who she really is. And if even a fraction of what has been said about you is proven true, you should be nowhere near children, nowhere near this district, definitely nowhere in a position of trust. Your pattern is plain. You invent, you insinuate, you harass, you fabricate, all the while pretending that you care. It's disgusting, disruptive, and destructive.
Thank you. Your time is up.
It's disgusting.
Next speaker, Ms. LeVay.
And destructive.
The next speaker, Christine Turner.
Asking them to unmute now. You're now unmuted, Christine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Walker, Board of Trustees, certificated classified staff, and audience on Zoom in person. My name is Christine Turner, former board member of the Adelanto Elementary School District. I am present tonight on board agenda item for AYA. If I'm not mistaken, the Learning Center Collaborative have already executed what this company is now requesting from the district. I'm unsure where this idea originated. However, the Learning Center Collaborative involved the entire district, students, teachers, principals, staff, and parents through surveys. This parallel what other companies claim to offer. Can you imagine how the staff would feel if they had to go through this process again? It doesn't make sense to introduce another company at this stage. Trustee Soto and Trustee Stewart, you both participated in the Learning Center Collaborative and contributed to establishing our strategic plan for our student success in this district. I fail to see the rationale behind abandoning this effort. I'm trying to comprehend why it is happening. Can you imagine how the district staff would perceive you if another company is brought in to do the same work? How much trust do you think they will have in you? As of now, I have none. This company isn't even based in our state, and much of the work will be conducted on Zoom. The Learning Center Collaborative met with our teachers, conducted site visits at our schools, and engaged our students. This is sad, very sad, and it goes to question the leadership of the board. Please do not approve this contract. Bring back Learning Center Collaborative to continue what they started. Trustee Soto, at the last board meeting, you mentioned the importance of an RFP. Was an RFP done for this company? And if so, how many other companies put in a bid for this? It is truly disappointing, to say the least. The community is watching your actions, and so am I. That's all I have. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. LeBay?
President Soto, we do have Susan Garcia on Zoom.
We do not have a Susan Garcia on Zoom.
That completes tonight's.
Awesome. Thank you. Alrighty, moving on to adoptions of the minutes. At this time, I'll invite a motion to approve the minutes, the regular board minutes of June 24, 2025, regular board meeting minutes of Tuesday, July 29, 2025, special board meeting of August 8, 2025, and the regular meeting of August 12, 2025. I entertain a motion.
Trustee Webster, I motion to table.
There's a motion to table by Trustee Webster.
Trustee Kraus, I second.
There's a second by Trustee Kraus. We're going to open up for discussion. Trustee Webster?
I don't think we can discuss tabled items.
So a motion was made. After a motion, we typically do a discussion based on the Rosenberg Rules of Order, but if you don't have any comments, we can move on and take the vote.
Why is it being tabled again?
Nothing? Okay. Trustee Kraus?
I have no comments, President Soto.
Trustee Stewart, you had a question or comment?
Why is it being tabled again? The minutes, they were tabled last time. Now they're being tabled again. So I just would like clarification as to why.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee LaFrench. Any questions, comments, discussion? Okay. I'll work with who we have to make sure that we get it approved. Our clerk wants to table it, so I have nothing. Let's take the vote.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? LaFrench, nay. Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. The board has taken action to table the minutes 3-2 with Trustee LaFrench and Trustee Stewart voting no. Moving on to the consent agenda. We are taking items 2 to 3:30. Does any trustee want to pull an item? Trustee Stewart?
I have none.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Kraus?
Yes, President Soto, I believe with this new format, if I'm not saying it correctly, please correct me. 11.2, 11.10, and 11.13. Is that, President Soto, how we now address the consent with the new format? I apologize, I'm not fully aware.
Okay, so I have the numbers. I don't have the points. So I believe you point. Oh, got it. Perfect. Okay, so the business services for ratification was pulled. Trustee Kraus, that would be 11.11. And then what other ones?
No, just 2, 10, and 13.
11.
Not 11, President Soto.
2.
Just 2, 10, and 13. That's it.
10 and 13. So Okay, any other trustees? Trustee Webster.
I'd like to pull 11.25.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion for the rest of the items.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the remaining of the consent agenda.
There's a first by Clerk Webster. Is there a second?
Kraus, I'll second.
Seconded by Trustee Kraus. Any discussion? All right, we'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee La French? La French, aye. Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
And so do I. Motion passes. And we're going back to 11.2. At this time, trustees are entertain a motion.
Trustee Kraus, I make a motion to approve.
There's a first by Trustee Kraus.
Webster, I'll second.
Clerk Webster seconds. Or open it up for discussion.
Thank you,
Trustee Kraus.
Thank you, President Soto. I just had a comment, and hopefully for the future we can get clarification. Because we do have, as you can see, some conferences in the state of California. But then in the month of June and July, we were told that we do not approve conferences in the state of California. So hopefully in the future we can bring back the board policy that might address whether we do approve what conferences, where they're at, if they're out of state, if they're in state, for clarification, for purposes of clarification. So that was just my only comment on this, President Soto. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Stewart?
Yes, Dr. Walker, you had addressed the board about the conferences and approval. Could you please clarify what you had said?
So just to make sure that we were being transparent with our spending, anything over $5,000 would be brought to the board for approval, even if it's in California.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee La French?
I don't have any questions.
Trustee Clerk Webster?
I do have a quick question. On the conference request forms, the estimated costs, we try to get those as close as we can to the expected cost, I'm assuming. Just for transparency, though, a lot of these could be inflated, is my understanding, to make sure that we have the approved cost to cover the trip. Is that a fair assumption?
So we do increase it just a little bit so that we can make sure that we don't have to come back to board for approval again if whatever trip you go on, that it doesn't exceed that amount. Otherwise, we still won't be able to do anything because it's exceeded the amount that was approved. So we do a small percentage above what it is because we may not know how much the actual registration and the trip overall would cost.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have none. We'll take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee La French?
La French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 11.5. At this time, I'll entertain a motion, trustees.
Webster, I motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Clerk Webster. Is there a second?
President Soto, you said 11.5? I believe it's 11.10. Did we pull 11.5?
I don't remember 11.5. I remember 11.10.
I just pulled 11:10.
Okay, hold on. So I have,
Is it 25 we're thinking of? Because I did pull 25.
okay, so I have 11.2, 11.5. We're saying not 11.5. Okay, so we're saying 11.10, 11.13, and what was the other one, Clerk Webster? You said
11.25.
Great. So then we'll go back to 11.10. That was my mistake. The board did approve 11.5. Moving on to 11.10, business services. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Kraus, I motion.
To approve? Okay, there's a motion to approve by Trustee Kraus. Is there a second?
Webster, I'll second.
There's a second by Clerk Webster. I'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Kraus.
Thank you, President Soto. The reason I pulled this item, and I do understand the need for professional development and throughout the year for staff in general. Here we have it for our top executive management, and I am cognizant that we are in impasse. We've heard speakers earlier talk about we've not settled whether our teachers are classified yet, and so I just wanted to bring that to the attention that I do fully support professional development at the end of the day, but I think that this item, in my opinion, could wait till after perhaps we're settled with negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart.
Well, I mean, it's a limit. I mean, it doesn't mean that he's going to use it all. So, you know, he should be able to train and do the things that are expected in the purview of his job.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench.
No comment.
Trustee Clerk Webster.
No comment.
I have none. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Nay.
Trustee Webster?
Nay.
Trustee LaFrench?
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, nay. Motion fails 3-2. With Trustee LaFrench and Trustee Stewart voting yes, moving on to 11.13, Fiscal Services. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Kraus. I motion to table this item.
Okay, there's a first motion to table. Is there a second?
Webster, I'll second.
All right. We'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Kraus.
Yes, President Soto, there's several items on here that I have concerns about, and until I get clarification, I just can't see voting for several items on the purchase order and warrant listing this evening. Thank you.
Trustee Stewart.
Well, let's be transparent and hear what you have an issue with. That would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Trustee LaFrench.
I don't have any comment.
Clerk Webster.
No comment.
I do have a question. I'm sorry.
Trustee Stewart, go ahead.
So what happens when we don't approve this?
Dr. Walker.
Well, a few things happen. Number one, different for the warrants and the purchase orders, they don't move forward, and those are people that we don't get to pay.
So we don't get to pay anybody.
The services that we have been provided, we don't get to pay those services. Number one.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I have none. I will take.
Question.
Okay, Trustee LaFrench. Yes.
Now that was some clarity, so pay our electricity bill. We just don't have no electricity.
Or the trash bill.
That was a statement. That wasn't even a question. That's all. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, any other questions? Any more discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Aye.
Trustee Webster?
Just to clarify, this is a motion to table?
Yes.
Aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passed 3-2 with Trustee LaFrench and Trustee Stewart voting no. Moving on to 11.25, Employment of Classified Management. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Webster, I motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Trustee Webster. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Trustee Kraus seconds it. We'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Webster.
I request we take the vote and then make comment.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Trustee Kraus?
No, I'll save it for after the vote. President Soto, thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
No, I have none.
Trustee LaFrench?
None.
All right, we'll take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee La French?
La French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes unanimously. Opening it up back to discussion. Clerk Webster.
I just wanted to quickly take a moment to recognize our new director of IT, Mr. Sinatra. I have had the pleasure of watching him grow from IT tech to where he is today, and I just want to let you know how much I appreciate the hard work, the dedication. IT definitely takes some blunt force trauma over there, and I know you guys have been holding it together as best as you can while still making improvements. And I think that really speaks to the leadership. So, congratulations. I'm so happy to see you on this agenda, see you approved, and I cannot wait to see what comes out of IT next. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Webster. Trustee Kraus.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say congratulations, Mr. Sinatra. I've had the pleasure of working with you since 2020, and it's been a pleasure to see you, as Clerk Webster said, grow into that position. And I know your dedication, not only to learning, continuously learning, but to the staff. I know they look up to you and respect you, and I know that will continue. So again, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee La French.
I just want to say welcome and congratulations to your new position. Thank you.
Trustee Stewart.
Congratulations. I have high expectations.
Congratulations, Mr. Sinatra, and welcome aboard. All right, moving on to, we're done with consent agenda. Moving on to the new business. Trustees, at this time, I'll invite a motion with continuing Zoom.
Webster, I motion to approve continuing with Zoom.
There's a motion by Trustee Webster. Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Second by Trustee Stewart. We'll open it up for discussion. Clerk Webster.
I guess I need a clarifying answer to my question. My understanding was when we had initially discussed bringing Zoom back, we had given direction where if you sign up to be part of Zoom or to speak, you would be sent a Zoom link. It is my understanding that we're just putting it out on the agenda overall. And so I guess I need some clarification on how exactly is the Zoom working, and are we sticking to what we initially had considered?
Thank you for that question, Trustee Webster. So we are. The link is available, but they still have to sign up to speak, and that's what they're doing. So there's no a link given once you sign up. There's a link available for those that would like to have an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Thank you, Clerk Webster. Trustee Kraus.
No comments. Thank you, President Soto.
Trustee Stewart.
I have none.
And Trustee La French.
I have none.
Kind of adding on to what Clerk Webster was mentioning, we just needed to be a little bit more accessible. What I mean by that is some people have a challenge with signing up to speak on Zoom. So I just want to make sure that either it's on the website or even if I have to, make a public comment to how to speak on Zoom, because I think people join Zoom. Well, I'm just reflecting what was shared to me, but what was shared to me was a little bit difficult to speak. I don't know if you want to add anything, Dr. Walker, but.
Well, thank you, President Soto. I'm not aware of anyone having any challenges. Really, what's important is that when that does happen, that I'm informed, and then we can look at what alternatives Right now, it is posted on the website, it's posted on the agenda. We're making sure that it's going out to all the school sites. And so I'm definitely interested in hearing what the concerns are and what the challenges are, so then we can see how we can address them.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the vote. Ms. LeBay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee La French?
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 2, certificated personnel. At this time, I'll entertain a motion, trustees.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Trustee Kraus seconds it. We'll open it up for discussion. We'll start with Trustee Stewart.
Well, I'd like to vote.
Okay.
Then,
So I feel like that's what the board wants to do.
yeah.
Okay.
Concur.
See, no. Okay, excellent. No objection. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeBay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee La French?
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. We're opening it back to discussion. Trustee Kraus?
I just want to say congratulations, and I'll let you, President Soto, introduce our new Assistant Superintendent this evening. But again, congratulations to you. Thank you for being here with your family. So we're looking forward to working with you and keep moving the district focused on our staff, students, and families.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart?
I am really excited to see what you will be bringing to our district.
Thank you. Trustee La French?
Congratulations and welcome to our district.
Clerk Webster?
Just want to take a moment, welcome you to our little family over here in Adelanto Elementary School District. We are very honored for you to be coming in. I'm excited to see what you bring to academic services and, more importantly, into our classrooms. So thank you so much, and I look forward to the journey in front of us.
Congratulations. Welcome to the team, and we look forward working with you. Sure. Did you want to come to the mic and say a few words? Okay.
Good evening, President Soto, Board Trustees, Cabinet, Superintendent Dr. Walker, and valued staff, students, families, and community members present. I want to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude for this opportunity. I am truly humbled and honored to serve as the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services for the Adelanto Elementary School District. It is a privilege to join a community so deeply committed to the success and well-being of its students. And I want you to know that I do not take the responsibilities of my position lightly. It is my goal to lead every day with transparency, integrity, and a deep commitment to earning and building trust. My professional why, my purpose as an educator, has always been rooted in service, to help create the conditions where every student can thrive, where every educator feels supported, valued, and empowered, and where families and communities are not only included, but truly seen, heard, and respected as vital partners in our shared journey. To the parents and family members of our Adelanto students, I want you to know that as educators, we have the privilege of educating your children, and we will treat your children with respect, with dignity, and hold them to high expectations. To the board, to our staff, and to the families and students of our Adelanto Elementary School District, I want to assure you, I will work hard to be an assistant superintendent who is collaborative, communicates with clarity, acts with responsibility, and leads with kindness. But most importantly, I will not breach the trust that you are placing in me. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I am definitely looking forward to being big, to being bold, and being brave with all of you. Thank you so much for this again. And And just a quick shout out to my Rock of Gibraltar, my husband Sergio, who is here with me tonight, and also my sister Lupita, who is one of my 9 brothers and sisters able to make it today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to number 3.
President Soto, just a reminder to do the call out for that one. That's the sheet.
Oh. All right. So the proposed contract is from August 27th, 2025 to June 30th, 2028. The salary is 201 with 197,000. Health and welfare cap 21,742 with 80 cents. 12 days of sick leave, 24 days of vacation per year, 475 monthly auto allowance, $1,000 reimbursement for life insurance, and 8% tax sheltered retirement contribution. So the board has just taken action to approve this contract with the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. All right, moving on to number 3. Trustees, I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Webster, I motion to approve.
There's a motion by Trustee Webster to approve. Clerk Webster, is there a second?
To approve what? I'm sorry.
We're on number 3. This is the business services ratification.
Okay. Stewart, I second.
There's a second by Trustee Stewart. We're opening it up for discussion. Trustee Webster, Clerk Webster.
Yes. I'm going to go ahead and request that Dr. Walker provide us a little background on this just for the public's knowledge.
Thank you, Trustee Webster. So, as you are all aware, our CBO has resigned from her position, and in my pursuit to find support, I did reach out to the County of San Bernardino, and they were able to provide highly recommended company to be a resource to us. And the gentleman's name is Mr. Craig McAlpin. Unfortunately, he's taking his son to college today, so he could not be here, but he will definitely be here for the next board meeting. In addition to that, he has been working before Julie Gonzalez left. He was here getting and gleaning information as that transition needed to occur, and now working with the director, Zach, as we move forward to close out the books for this end of the year for last year.
Thank you very much. I do want to just share my support with Dr. Walker, as I know we took 2 hits losing Tasha or Dr. Doizon and then Ms. Gonzalez. So, I'm thankful for your swift action for bringing them in, getting them set up and started with our fiscal team. As they really need the support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Clerk Webster. Trustee LaFrench.
I have no comment.
Trustee Stewart.
I have no comment.
Trustee Kraus.
No comment.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Abstain?
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Stewart? Trustee Stewart, sorry.
Aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 4-1 with Trustee Kraus abstaining. Moving on to number 4, approval with the contract HYA Consulting Services. I'll invite a motion.
Webster, I motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Trustee Webster. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
There's a second by Trustee Kraus. We'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Webster.
When I first went over the idea of this, I've always been very staunchly against consulting services, and as I reviewed the proposal, I found myself getting more and more excited as this company focuses on us.
our governance standards. It provides each of us individual abilities to ask questions and really get that direction from somebody, you know, who isn't just at a regular conference preaching leadership or telling us, you know, how to sit on a dais. It gives us more answers and clarity to our job. So, you know, I want to extend my gratitude to Trustee Soto for bringing this forward and giving us the opportunity to review this. So thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Webster. Trustee LaFrench.
So I'm going to keep my comments positive because that's that's who I am. I just want to say that for right now, um, spending $50,000 on something that the person is not even here in California, I'm truly not understanding it. I guess I didn't even know that this was going to, well, I didn't find out to the last minute that it was going to be on here. I just hope that even though the dynamics, right, is appearing that, you know, things are able, okay, things are able to be put on without letting someone know ahead of time, or they're put on at the last minute, like you have about, you know, 30 seconds, 30 minutes in order to answer it. I think that there should be time where you're saying that, okay, I'm bringing this is going on just like we would do any other time. I would appreciate having prior knowledge more than 30 minutes ahead of time, or speaking with someone that, even if I was offered to speak with this person, I did not feel comfortable speaking with someone that I didn't know. We've paid for people before. I don't see how this person is going to change the dynamics versus the last person that we paid. A lot of money is put out for different things, and we're still trying to see where we have money in order to help with healthcare. So I just don't agree with spending money right now, because this board right now needs to be focusing on our children, focusing on our staff members that are hurting for health care. And I don't see how paying this money right now is going to bring this board any closer. But we could do better with helping out the teachers. I don't see how we're going to get, if we spend $50,000 today, we're not going to be no closer tomorrow. I do think that if we spend $50,000 on our staff that are hurting right now, that should be our focus right now.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench. Trustee Stewart.
As I read the contract, there is more than what this person does, which helps the board with the superintendent evaluation and things like that. But we already just hired somebody to do that, and now we're going to hire this, and the 50,000 is just a base price that does not include the travel costs that will be incurred because he has to fly here from Illinois. We did not, the board did not approve a budget for Mr. Shiflett due to the fact that we are still in impasse, but now it seems like we want to turn around and spend 50,000 on this. But that seems okay. I think right now is a bad time for this, and that's what I got to say.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Trustee Kraus.
Yes, thank you, President Soto. HYA is, from my understanding, been in the state of California for many, many years doing consulting with boards on governance and working with boards to help unify the boards. There is no, make no mistake, our board is fractured, and we do need somebody to come in that is impartial, that is unbiased, that is not related to anybody, and has not worked with anybody in the past. I did my own homework on Mr. Lechner, and I can assure you that unless I've missed something, he is all of those things, which is great. And he has an unbiased opinion to come in and work with our board and our superintendent and help us move forward with all of the things that we have been striving to do with our staff, students, and governance at the end of the day. I know that our governance handbook was supposed to come back in January. It's not. It never did make it. We have many board policies that need updating throughout the year. They haven't been on our board in order to enhance our operations. And so hopefully, as part of these services with Mr. Lechner, he will be able to work with the board on that. And yes, it is $50,000. We may or may not use all of that. But just in comparison, last year, fiscal year alone, legal fees were well over $500,000. So I think if we take some of that money from the legal attorneys who have no qualms about charging us as a district $500 an hour, I think that we will be better served to take some of that money and move it into this. And again, HYA not only does governance consulting, but they also do superintendent searches, and they also do searches for assistant superintendents, other management related positions within districts. And so building that relationship with Mr. Lechner and HYA for the future might be something that the district could also benefit from as we move forward. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kraus. I'll make my comments brief. The background here is straightforward. I first came across the fractional chief of staff model at the NSBA Howard University Board Member Academy earlier this year, literally the day after we just finished Dr. Walker's evaluation. So it struck me as timely and relevant to the challenges we are facing. So I began exploring the idea further. That's why it's here on the agenda tonight, for the board to discuss it together in public and decide together. I do hear the concern about wanting more time and more comparative options, and I'm open to us talking as a board about how we can handle these kinds of agenda requests in the future. But for tonight, this is our chance to look at the model, to have heard the presentation, and this is the opportunity for us to decide whether we want to take advantage of this support or delay it. I'd remind us of past experience. We've asked for RFPs before, it slowed the process, and in the end, we ended up back with the same provider that was originally before us. Meanwhile, valuable months were lost. In addition, this role is highly specialized. You won't find many providers for it. And Mr. Lechner has already taken the time to learn our district dynamics and meet with our superintendent. He's ready to begin, and this is the support that would benefit both the board and Dr. Walker immediately. For those reasons, I believe it is in the best interest of our governance team to move forward rather than delaying it. And that's all I have. So we'll call for the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus, can I ask one thing before we call for the vote?
Okay, Trustee LaFrench.
I just want to ask, was there a time where the board got together to decide whether or not if this is what we wanted? Who came up with this idea? Just you? Or was it just a few people? Because I wasn't included in this decision or this person or didn't know anything about it. So, as we talk about having change with our board, having trust, working together, I was never told anything about this person, was not given an option. All I know is that I got a text message. I was at work, and the next thing you know, it was on the agenda. I sent out an email asking for information of why we were doing it so soon, Did it have to be on this agenda? And so when you're speaking right now, like you say, let's talk about this, you're saying that you went someplace, you've talked to this person, LaShawn French has not talked to anybody, but it's on the agenda a week. I think this was sent out last week through text message. I'm just not understanding how working together means that only a few people are actually making the decisions. Or could it be just you are making this decision for him to be on here? Because I just want to know, how did he get on here? Did someone say, okay, 3-2, 4-1? How did this get on here? That's all.
Okay, thank you, Trustee LaFrench. Ms. LeVay, the vote.
Thank you.
The vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee LaFrench?
Nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, I. Motion passed 3-0. Trustee LaFrench, Trustee Stewart voting no. Moving on to number 14. Governing Board members' reports and announcements. Trustee Kraus.
Yes, thank you, President Soto. Again, I want to welcome Dr. Valdez to the family and look forward to working with you. I also want to make it clear that I support a swift resolution to mediation that's going on with both of our bargaining units. I hope that we can come to a quick and fair settlement. I am all for that, and I know that they deserve way more than we could ever possibly fiscally afford, but I am in full support of ensuring that we settle what's currently out there as quickly as possible. I do want to again say happy birthday to now Trustee Kyer. The nameplate is changed on the front of the dais, and so she's formally changed her name from Webster to Kyer, so we'll have to get used to calling her Clerk Kyer. Want to wish everybody a safe and happy Labor Day weekend coming up. It's an extended weekend, so make sure that you do something with your families. Fun. I also want to shout out this evening, we had a speaker, Kim Smith of Victoria McGathan. I've always admired the work Kim Smith does, and I appreciate her passion for our students and making sure that they continually learn, and she continues to impart her life lessons to them. And so I do appreciate her passion in coming up here and sharing her thoughts with the board anytime that she has that opportunity. So thank you, Ms. Smith, for that as well. And thank you to your husband for the work that he does. He's also a teacher in our district, so I appreciate all of the work that both of you do and have done over the many years for our family in Adelanto. And also thank you, Mr. Turner, for coming on this evening for your comments. I do respect you tremendously, Mr. Turner, as a fellow veteran and a fellow medic at that. I do appreciate your comments, and I ask for the same respect. And I want to offer an olive branch. If you'd like to have coffee, you and Ms. Turner, I'd be more than welcome to sit down with you over coffee and just, hey, have a nice cup of coffee together. So, but again, I appreciate your comments this evening, and you have my promise this evening live on Zoom or on YouTube that I will respect your wishes, and I appreciate you coming on this evening. So with that, I want to make sure that we're all here to focus on our students, staff, and families as we move forward and continually do so, because that's really what we're up here for as a board, as administrators, as staff. We're here for our students at the end of the day, and that's what we need to continue to keep our focus on, and I will strive to do better than what I have done in the past. And with that, thank you very much, President Soto.
Thank you, Trustee Kraus. Trustee Stewart.
Well, I'd like to say that, I now have Fridays off, so I have been doing my rounds of school site visits. I have been to Braddock, and I saw their gardens there. I've been to Victoria McGathan, and actually I got to see an old video of Kim Smith when she ran in a race. It was the 800 meter, and though it was many years ago, I was glued and cheering for her, and she won at 16. It was a great message for her students. I went to Columbia, and I really do appreciate all the work that Carrie Cosart and her staff are doing there. It's a completely different vibe of a school, and I just see them continuing to improve. I also went to West Creek, which it's good to see Miss Mr. Carrera there, and it was cute because they had a memorial for Mr. Fresta there, seeing it there on campus. We went to Melva Davis, which we saw the prototypes of the roller coasters that the kids are creating, and if those were actual roller coasters, no, thank you, because those were some pretty steep turns, and it was like you would fly off. And I also went to Gus Franklin, and I got to see the kids practicing their race strategies, and it was just so great to see the kids engaged. I also want to thank those who have called me, emailed me, texted me. I want to thank you for your support. I'm fine. I also want to say that I do not regret any votes I have done as a board member. Everything I have done was to protect the kids and the staff at this district. Because one day when I do leave, I want to leave it better than when I came. Boards fracture and they get together, they fracture. It's an ebb and flow, as I've learned. Um, but I always try to keep in mind the kids first, but now it's the staff too, because some staff are feeling a lot of pressure, and I want you to know that I support you to the ground, no matter what. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee LaFrench.
Whoa, you haven't said that in a while. Okay, I want to start off by saying that, positivity and hope goes so far. As a teacher myself, I do want to say to the teachers that when those first days of school come up, and I teach children, or I did, I should say, I'm not in the classroom anymore. However, I've done it for quite some a long time. I won't say how many years, but the first day of school when children walk into your room has to be the most exciting day every single year. They walk into your room, they are excited, they are smiling. Some of them, they're curious, they want to know what their year is going to be like. And I just want to say to the teachers that you inspire children, for the children and their parents to bring their children to school on the first day and leave their children with a stranger. The relationship and the bond between a teacher, a child, and their family, those bonds are built and so strong. My main reasoning for joining this board was the positivity that I saw at our schools, and I was excited to be able to be here and to support. And to this day, I am still excited and glad to be here in order to support not only the children and the families and the teachers as well. I want to say that going forward, more positivity brings more positivity. And I just want to not, I want to have a tongue of positivity. So whatever's going on around us, we must look towards helping our children, helping the families that so dearly need us here in the high desert, and supporting the teachers and healthcare, and just making sure that this school year, which is not even September, it seems like it's only August, and it seems like it's been 2 school years in the last 30 days. So between my drives up and down the hill, besides being a parent, a grandparent, and coming here and hearing the things that go on. I just want for the teachers that are a teacher at heart, like me, just remember that it doesn't go unnoticed. It doesn't have to have, for me, someone does not have to give me a pat on the back. I know when I get up in the morning, today, I get up in the morning to serve children for the county of San Bernardino. I service children for Adelanto. So just remember, hang on in there and, positivity and the light always wins. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Clerk Webster.
Good evening, AESD friends and family. So I typed out this elaborate speech, collected all my thoughts, put them all together in a cute document, and then forgot it on my printer, conveniently. So we're going to do a little bit of freestyling tonight. I want to start by acknowledging the start of our schools. At this point, most of our schools have had the back to school nights, the parent engagement, the PTAs, everything going on at the site level. I just want to applaud our principals, our vice principals, our teachers, and our supporting staff. We had some really magnificent turnouts, and that to me really sets the tone to the kind of year that we are going to have for our students. Secondly, thank you, Trustee Krause. It is becoming official. I am transitioning from Webster, which was my married name, back to my maiden name. So I will forthwith be Stephanie Kyer, or as he said, Clerk Kyer, which I'm pretty excited about as well. I want to take a moment and thank everyone who wished me a happy birthday, brought me lovely flowers, my big balloons, everybody. For the first time in a long time, our district is beginning to breathe and start to feel like a family again. And I know we have some hurdles to get over, unaudited actuals, etc. And I truly believe we will get there soon. I want to thank President Soto, as I know he has been working really hard for solutions to lead our district in better directions. And so, I do. I want to take a moment and just appreciate everyone. We get up, we do that hard work. We dedicate to the kids. And at the end of the day, that's why all of us are in education. So I do want to say thank you. Thank you for dedication. I will close with that tonight, and I hope everyone who is still with us drives home safe and has a wonderful rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Kyer. I do want to take a moment to pause and acknowledge Clerk Kyer remarks at our last meeting. They were not just kind, they were powerful. In this role, words of confidence and trust from a colleague carry real weight. Her statement reminded me that leadership is more than agendas or policies. It's about trust and the courage to believe we can rise above our divisions and focus on what matters most, our students. Hearing her speak with such conviction wasn't just flattering, it was grounding. It was a call to me and to all of us to step up, to lead with integrity, and to work together. Her support was both honorable and encouraging, and I take it to heart. We all know that this year has been a challenging year, but I firmly believe we can rise above division and set an example for our students and community. My focus is on collaboration and bringing us together so we can do our best for kids. Earlier this week, I visited 3 of our school sites for quick check-ins with principals. I'll continue making the rounds in the coming weeks, and I look forward to spending more time on campuses hearing directly from staff, teachers, and students. I remain committed to transparency, stability, and finding common ground as we move forward. Thank you. Moving on to superintendent reports and announcements. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. And good evening, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet member I have two now. AESD staff, students, and community. I want to pause for a moment and just welcome, starting off with our director of IT. I remember sitting, yes, give him a round of applause. I remember sitting in the interview with him and really having an opportunity to see him and to see what he would bring to our district and take us to the next level. His heart, his compassion, his empathy all stood out for me. And that was why it was a yes, without question, without doubt. So thank you for your willingness to continue to be a part of the AESD team. And with that, I also am super grateful to be able to welcome Dr. Valdez. When she entered my office and sat down, I immediately felt a sense of calm. Usually, when the candidates come into my office, they sit down, there's a little bit of nervousness that comes from them. And I did not sense that at all, even though she did say she was a little nervous. Her desire to want to see what our district is all about before she applied by going to every school and seeing what the community that we are serving looks like was definitely a plus, because everyone does not do that. But in addition to that, what really drew me in and drew me to make the decision to say yes, to move you forward, was your heart and compassion for the kids. At the end of the day, that's what we're all here for. That's what our focus should be and is. And you fit right in to that vision. And so I am so grateful. I prayed, and I truly believe God answered my prayer on both ends, with our director and with our assistant soup of educational services. In addition to that, I am looking forward to the work that we're going to do as we move forward. As we begin this school year, I want to first reflect on the positive energy and excitement that we have experienced as our recent back to school nights have occurred. The climate at the schools was truly inspiring. Families, staff, and students came together with enthusiasm and a shared sense of pride in our district. That sense of connection and community is the foundation of everything we're building together. And I have to give one quick example of a student when I was at Columbia. It's actually a sibling of one of the students that goes to Columbia. And she runs up to me, she gives me a big old hug. She's like, I remember you. You came to my elementary school. And I was like, okay, that was super nice. But in addition to that, one of our eighth graders that is now in high school, I saw her at one of the elementary schools, and she completely said she did not want to go. She was like, I don't know anybody, Mom. Why do I have to go to this elementary school? But her mom told her she needed to go. So once she got there, we were inside of a classroom. I was leaving the classroom. She was coming in. She was a part of our guiding coalition. And she must have put the biggest smile on her face, thanking us for giving her an opportunity to sit on the guiding coalition, to have a voice. Even now, as she's in high school, she's looking at ways to let her voice be known at the high school. In addition, she's also saying, can you talk to my principal and see if I can come back to some of the guiding coalitions? And so that was super exciting as well. Looking ahead, we are guided by a clear framework for the future, one that keeps students at the center of all decisions and ensures we are preparing them for success in the years ahead. Over the past weeks, I've had the privilege of meeting with leaders from the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, San Bernardino County Superintendents of Schools, and Learner Center Collaborative. Together, we're engaging in deep planning to align resources, strategies, and supports that will move our district forward in powerful ways this school year. Our work this year will be defined by being big, bold, and brave together. Bold in our vision for student success, brave in addressing challenges with honesty and determination, and unified in the belief that by working together, we can create conditions for every student to thrive. Thank you to our Board of Trustees for your leadership, to our staff for their dedication, to our families for your partnership, and to our students who remain the heart of everything that we do. I am excited for the journey ahead and confident in the bright future we're building together. And with that, a short video.
We are excited to share that our district has started the 2025-26 school year with more students than last year. Our average daily enrollment is higher compared to this time last year, showing that more families are choosing Adelanto schools. With that in mind, we want to commend everyone who is working together to make sure we also increase our average daily attendance. Some of our schools are already reaching 95% or higher, and we look forward to seeing that momentum continue across the district. That's why, during our first weeks of back-to-school events, we've celebrated the strong partnerships in our community. Our dedicated teachers and staff, along with our amazing PTAs, are working hard to make sure our schools are ready. At the same time, our programs with Millionaire Mind Kids and AYA are in place to provide support and engaging opportunities for our students and families, in addition to Beyond the Bell, which is coming soon. Good job, everyone. We are doing it. We are big, bold, and brave together.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. At this time, we'll invite a motion to adjourn.
Webster, I motion to adjourn.
Motion by Trustee Clerk Kyer.
No, Kyer, I motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? No one wants to go home? Okay. Trust.
Are you kidding me?
I'll call for the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Who did the second?
Trustee LaFrench.
Trustee Krause?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes. Everyone have a great night.
President Soto, the time is
It's
9:05.
9:05. Thank you.